Okay, guys, listen, I'm doing an early sound check. I might be a little bit delayed. I might not be able to open at 6 o'clock or get on the mic at 6. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen right now in both rooms. That'll help. Just need a couple of yeses, perhaps. Okay, good. Thank you, Ozzy, etc. Okay. And maybe somebody in YouTube, if you can do the same thing for me, if you can hear me in YouTube. Okay, I'm going to assume YouTube is okay. So I'll try to be back as close to 9 o'clock as I can, but might be a little bit after. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just want to do another sound check in YouTube. I didn't get any response in YouTube before I get on at 9 o'clock. Just want to make sure YouTube is functioning. Just maybe somebody, somebody in YouTube say that you can hear me, see my screen. Doesn't look good. I'm talking YouTube, Z. I'm talking YouTube. I'm not talking with the main room. If you're talking YouTube, great. Usually, Pepe may not be there. Oh, you did check it? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, excellent. Okay, guys, I'll be on the mic in about 4 minutes. All right, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, April the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I know the rooms are okay because we've already done the quick sound and site check, I guess, 5 minutes ago. So everything is good to go. I don't know if anything interesting happened. Oh yeah, the market's up 17 and a half. So let's get this straight. We'll drive the market down as much as we can, and then we'll do an 11th hour deal. And my goodness. Okay, guys. So market's up obviously 17.5 on the SPY anyway, so no point in going over everything that's up. Just going to talk about some of these, especially if it's not oil related or because obviously the oil related stocks are taking a real hit. So Omex is not. I believe they're doing some kind of a merger with a company called American Ocean Minerals, and they will start to trade as AOM. Actually, I guess it's an American Ocean private company right now. I know they're going to start trading as AOMC once the merger is complete, trading on AOMC. So I don't know if this other company is a private company. At any rate, Omex is up big. Well, it's great manipulation, PJ. I mean, it's awesome. Now I do this, drive it down as much as you possibly can, and then you did. See, American Airlines, of course, AMC, American Airlines, all the I'm just trying to find things that are not necessarily oil related. Obviously, American Airlines, well, BBGI, I don't think is, yeah. So this is not oil related. BBGI, Beasley, Broadcast Group. Just give me a moment, please. Beasley. This is actually an earnings play, so their net loss per share maybe wasn't as big. So this is what it says. The net loss widened to $190 million. Revenue fell 21%, et cetera, et cetera. So why not get this up 70% on that? I don't understand. I'm not even going to try to understand it. There's got to be something else to this. Oh, 100%, 100%, PJ. Just try to figure out how to. But it's look. You don't think that fortunes were made? Fortunes were made. Anyway, us little guys will just try to adapt to it. We little guys, us little guys. Anyway, mask. Okay, I don't think mask has anything to do with. No, mask is not. I'm just trying to find stocks that have nothing to do with energy. Obviously, it's the energy. Let's. I mean, everything is up other than energy. Obviously, energy sector is down. XLE, OIH. What's the leading sector? Silver. Look at silver right on top here, 6.4. Semis. Yeah, William, wasn't BBGI ugly? I mean, ugly, ugly, ugly. So where is the news that's popping this? I mean, it just makes no sense to. I mean, look. I mean, that's a massive, massive move through the 200-day moving average, even. Yeah, fertilizer stocks. Yeah, there's Mosaic. Yeah, so fertilizer stocks are also going to be down. Now, I do see that Bed Bath and Beyond is halted, and this is a news halt. Oh, it's resumed. Okay, I guess it did resume. It went up after disclosing F9 brand's takeover plan. Man, lumber liquidators. I don't remember cabinets to go, but I certainly remember lumber liquidators and all the problems they had. Well, years ago with, I guess, I guess weren't they getting most of their lumber out of China? And there was some product they used in the lumber that was, well, wasn't considered very good. Toxic, some kind of a toxic product. This is many years ago for lumber liquidators. Flooring, thank you. Yeah, we're getting flooring for China that had bad chemicals in it. Thank you. ELAB, ELAB fully utilizing the $20 million equity financing. So that's the only news I can see today on it. ELPW. I haven't gone over any of these. Okay, this is my, I'm probably going to be like this for a while now. I don't have the, can't really do the pre-market work. So I'm sort of doing this along with you guys. So ELPW transfers NASDAQ listings to capital market, keeps ELPW ticker. Well, that was effective April 1st. So that's old news. We are not April 1st, right? We are April the 8th. Okay. So I don't know. It's just rehashing old news, I guess, for ELPW. Take a look at Jets, just out of curiosity. How much is Jets up today? Yeah, not bad. 10%. Is uh is Delta also an earnings play? Boy, what a day to have earnings. If so, Delta is also an earnings play today. DAL. You are right. What a day to have earnings. Man, oh man. So the ETF for the airline industry is up 10%. Delta's up 13%. American Airlines. Let's see how much American is up. Actually, American is up 11%. Levi is also an earnings play. Levi's up through the 200-day moving average. Also, Levi jeans, of course, they're up 11%. Probably going to be the ones that are down are typically going to be anything to do with not earnings, oil, energy. Look at Sky Q though. Sky Q, which is not down for because of that. So Sky Q is down 19%. Maybe just some heavy profit taking. Yeah, Bitcoin's up $3,600 right now that I can see. We're at 72.6 thousand. Now I have to tell you, we're going to get a lot of this. This is going to be, well, should be anyway, should be very full today. Large cap gainers from the start of the race should be full today. But I'm going to be checking out shorting some of these tops. You know who's extremely happy this morning on the Tesla bounce, other than Elon? Mr. Steve Gomez is very happy about the Tesla bounce. If you were in the YouTube room yesterday, you You saw that he nibbled at some of the Tesla. I don't know what price. Let's call it 340. Okay, okay. Yeah. So ProGem, if you were there, you might have heard Steve talking about Tesla and how he was taking some around the three. Well, let's call it the 340 mark. Okay. I mean the low yesterday was 337. So he's pretty happy this morning. To be honest, TBH guys, Bragg House. So for those of you looking for stocks that are really cheap, here's one, 51 cents. It's up, actually, it's only up 4 cents. Okay. It just happens to be in this, where did I even see it? Oh, it's up here in the race, I guess. No, it's not. Where did I see this? Oh, it was in the upside versus downside movers. And so they're approving the merger with Doge. How do you pronounce that? Doggy Coin, Dogecoin Foundation's House of Doge. I'm going to call it Doge. Well, when you say ProJam, you're new, and I'm talking to ProJam in our YouTube room. Not so good at managing gap up. So when you say not so good at managing gap up, what exactly do you mean by that? I mean, you wake up this morning and everything is gapped up. So, so now the trick is, are we going to try to find some like? Well, first of all, if you're new, you probably don't short. But it's not a matter of chasing things now. I mean, it's not the easiest thing to trade, to be honest. I mean, when the market's gapped up so much, so you're not alone. Yeah, I'd rather have. I mean, my as you all know, well, not all of you, but a lot of you do know, my favorite days are the gap down days, the gap down days that recover. But all we can do is just wait and see what happens. Let's see if we do get a fade in the market. I mean, yeah, there's euphoria right now, but let's see if we do get a fade in the market. No, I agree. I mean, it's harder to. It's easier in the gap down days when stocks are gapping and when everything is gapping down. No reason other than the whole market's down. It's not like a specific reason for a stock that is gapped down, and then it could be very, very good stocks, very good companies gapping down just because, right? Because the overall market's gapping down, and then we get a recovery. Those are the ones that are great to find because they weren't gapping down because of any fault they did or any problem they had necessarily. So let's take a look at silver. For instance, I mean, silver is, it's up 6%, but it's, starting to fade a little bit. I mean, there's the VWAP right there. Okay, there is the VWAP right there. What if it takes it out? What if silver starts to really start fading and takes out the VWAP? then you're gonna look at a lot of silver plays that you might be able to short. Maybe. So what is the price of oil right now? Obviously under 100. What is the price? We have our WTI and Brent followers. This is what I don't understand. The 10 points that we sort of agreed on weren't isn't that exactly what Iran proposed last week and was dismissed? I mean, I anyway. Yeah, I know, but 92. Okay, thank you, Titan. Yep. Okay, let's go. Well, I could say the same. Anyway, I'm not going to. Okay, CYCU, CYCU. Let's see, CYCU Securian is a 5-year contract with a Fortune 500 partner, $1 million first revenue. Okay, low float, 5 million in the float. Yeah, this is another. I don't know why this happens. We've got JTAI up here at 58%, and yet on our charts it says 32,000. Yeah, this is obviously a. Yeah, I want to. Anyway, yeah. So this. Well, right there. So JTAI is actually up 61%. Okay, it's not up 32,000%. And yes, they obviously had done a reverse split. Wow, it's a pretty big multiple. If it was trading at 30, at say 40 cents, and it's at $12 right now, that's a pretty big multiple. But you see, here's the deal. See, they have done a good job. Okay. If I'm handling the PR and this company, they've done a good job by doing the reverse split and then making this sort of an announcement. Okay. The $5 million SPV. Okay. It doesn't matter. Just put any sort of a press release out there, anything. So one for 200. Wow. One for 200. So the float's right. Definitely our float is right. It's just all out of whack on the single stock window is right in terms of the 56%. It's just the chart. Anyway, all right, let's see if anything else is skill down here. SKIL engages in the provision of enterprise learning solutions. Okay, so this is sort of an education play. Um, I think this is, no, I'm wrong. Okay. Actually, it's an earnings play too. Skill is one of the few earnings plays today. SKIL. So the current bid is 116.80 for you for CF. So William was looking to buy this at just below the current bid. Oh, I see. I see why you're. So this is a fertilizer play. Okay, CF is a fertilizer play. Okay, let's take a look at Mosaic. Whether which one was down more? I should remember. CF is down. Wow, 13%. Okay, so CF is being hit a lot harder. Mosaic, so only down 4%, 4.7%. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're seeing CCL and anything to do with fuel, any sector that has to use a lot of fuel, like CCL, the cruisers, the airplanes, of course, jets, etc. Yeah, they're going to be. They should be popping. It's, the idea is how long? How long? So CCL actually is kind of interesting because look where it's coming into, getting close to that 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 28.90. So getting pretty close to that. That may stall it. I mean, it's already up 11.8%, but that may stall it. Well, the market is maintaining, guys, and I checked the economic calendar. There's nothing there that I can see that's going to affect the market uh, momentarily, anyway. Market is still hanging around the VWAP, you know, big hang around the VWAP right now. I know when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. If there's any rally at all in energy, the answer is a little rally off the bottom here for XLE, but really, you're going to go all the way down. Wow, you're interesting. So you're starting at wow 114.19. Wow. So you started. So your average right now is 116.83. Well, bon chance, William, for the CF. Uh, so that week, so it's taking out that weekly low right now. So the next low is one. Well, hopefully, it doesn't get down that much for you, but the next low on the weekly chart is 106.81. All right, guys. So Omex is still hanging in there. Again, they're doing some kind of a merger. I am not a, well, I wasn't talking, but Omex is doing some kind of a merger with American Ocean and to form a $1 billion critical minerals platform. So, okay, guys, we've got about 30 seconds to the 9:30 open. I'm going to get rid of these two. And this will be very interesting. The large cap gainers from the start of the race. It'll be interesting to see what sort of ones we're going to get. And I got to tell you, I'm looking to probably short some of these stocks. Interesting. I would have thought it'd be a bigger list, but not yet anyway. Just keep an eye on this spy here, guys. I mean, there is, well, in theory, it's a 2 week ceasefire and Mamba. Okay, there's the spy right at the VWAP still. Oh, I know this was in the 20s yesterday. So here's MGRT doing its thing, the Mega Fortune Company. Look at that. Great volume, 27,000 shares, and it's up 31%. And it just got halted. Crazy one. Try to trade, really. Let's see if it's bounced for William at all. Flurry of halts? There are only two, PJ. Only two. In fact, there's only one. Bed Bath and Beyond, that was in the pre-market, and that was a news halt. So there's only one halt right now. You see a flurry? Meanwhile, so this is the halt for MGRT. Absolute nonsense. Up 31% on 27,000 volume. Oh my gosh! Look how ugly this is. Pepe. There's got to be something crazy going on with this that gets these symbols all jumbled up. Now, to be honest, I would have thought there'd be not necessarily a flurry. Well, energy play, guys. I mean, I'm looking at Patterson. Patterson yesterday was also down. Was actually up. Sorry, excuse me. It was up. PTEN was up. Okay, just a minor crack here, guys. A minor crack on the opening 5 minute bar. Let's look at the volume that came in on the SPY. Minor crack. And see how CCL is doing at that 200-day moving average. Well, there it is. Look at that. Okay, right at that 200-day moving average. So, which is the actual number is 2890 at 2866. Do we think that that 200-day moving average is going to stall it? Well, I mean, it already has stalled it. It literally got to 28.99, and the 200-day is 28.90. So yeah, I got 9 cents above it, but now look at the chop on Mosaic. Mosaic actually had a pretty nice 25.83 was down to 25.13. Had a nice pop on the open, but Well, there's a firm. It's just a straight up since 922. Okay, straight up. Market open and it's continuing higher. AFRM. UCAR. So UCAR is halted on the way up. Okay, UCAR halted on the way up. Now, let's see where this could go. I mean, this, well, that's 190. Okay, I'm looking, I want to look left to see where the next highs are. Start to see. I'm going to have to expand my daily chart. Just want to see where the next highs are. 108. I've got a high here of 108. I've got a high here of 121. Yeah, too bad. I wish there was just was a straight shot to six. But there are little areas where it could stall, and that is UCAR. Then MGRT opened and got immediately halted. Okay, ELAB is holding the gains in the pre-market. They had some, well, utilizing their $20 million equity financing facility. That's the news I saw about it. It's, well, for whatever reason, it's not loading. Maybe there's just an overload of data right at the beginning here. I don't know. Let's see if JTAI is still. My guess is that hardly anybody would have had shorts available for this one, which is you have anybody with Centerpoint, Cobra. Did you have shorts available for JTAI after that big reverse split today? Well, Mask has a little bit of room. I mean, there's the VWAP, guys, 235-ish. Okay, so there's the VWAP. So that's about 18 cents to the VWAP. Ah, well, if Williams' day is done, it must mean that TF had a beautiful bounce, and the answer is yes. Congratulations, William. Look at that bounce, all the way down to 110. Well, that's where you said you'd be buying until, right? Wow, good for you. I mean, it's literally just a few, just a little bit above 110. That is a big bounce. A $7. How did the Mosaic do? Sure, it bounced, but it was a lot. Yeah, the Mosaic did, but it was a lot more choppy than CF was almost straight down. This had a bit of a pop and then the drop and now the pop. Still down. Wow, it's actually almost It's only down 29 cents. I want to see what CF is. Still down quite a bit. So CF is still down quite a bit. They must be why Mosaic is not down as much as CF. Okay, I guess UCAR came out of its halt. Looks like 129 is the next high on the daily chart, and then after that, 150. I just wish they weren't there. I mean, it's ripping though. I mean, what did I say was the next high? 129, and then there's a high here, 150, and then there's that high of 189. Pesky from yesterday, guys. PSKY from yesterday, which was basically an all day long. I mean, I know I shorted it, but it was basically an all day long, and it is continuing, taking out yesterday's high. All right, guys, we're almost 15 minutes in. I'm kind of liking this one. The pesky next high looking left, certainly on a weekly chart has room. All right, guys, I'm really interested in this one. I mean, it took up a high yesterday. It was around 11:15. So let's see if it has any sort of little pullback. There's the VWAP right down here, 11:22. Oscar, boy, this can be a really interesting one. I mean, it has a bunch of interesting weeks. All right, well, if we can believe this. What's the date today? The 8th? So after hours yesterday, it said that the CEO, I'm sorry guys, I don't know why it must be just, there we go. The CEO, Bertolini, buys 1 million shares. It doesn't say million shares. I wonder if it, yeah, it's a million. Well, I don't know how to analyze this. I don't know if it's not an outright purchase of 1 million. It looks like they're surrendering and vesting. And maybe William, you can understand what all this means. But anyway, so Oscar is up though. Whoa, am I glad I waited on pesky guys. Very glad I waited on it. Wanted to see what it would do at the VWAP, and well, right now, Kino. I don't know if I've seen this one before. I haven't seen it. This is kind of a new. Don't know if it's an IPO, a symbol name change, a SPAC. I doubt if it was a SPAC, but maybe a symbol name change. Hard to believe it would be an IPO this cheap. But here's KEEL. A lot of volume. Look at that. 6 million shares are traded. Man, are you kidding me? It's got 505 million in the float. Really? A $2 stock? All right. RDGT just got halted on the way up. Okay. So this got halted on the way up. This window I'm showing here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from interactive brokers. There's a halt price for RDGT. And here is the potential open area, which is not telling us much. Low float, 847,000 in the float. JTAI just resumed, and again, guys, it's not up 18% or 18,000 okay, percent. It's actually down now. They did a one for what 200 reverse split. So that news they pumped out did not help at all in order to sustain it. Well, we've got USAR and we've got UCAR, guys. So USAR, rare earth, of course. So this is getting close to the 200-day moving average. So it's interesting. Verizon is actually down 2.5%. 2.5%. Let's take a look at the sector. XLC. I mean, communications should be up, but Verizon is down a little bit. Home builders actually leading the charge here, guys. Home builders, the top sector right now in terms of percentage move. XHB, 6.7%. Nice shot in the arm for the home builders. I'm just kind of waiting on this. I want to see what sort of, we're still hanging around the VWAP, but, the market is starting to fade a little bit. Okay, remember, we're up 678, so we've had a 4-point drop from the highs. All right, guys, RDD. Why am I having a tough time saying that one? RDGT Ridge Tech is just open, and it actually had a decent little pop up to about the 328 level. Well, I'm watching this. It got halted at what, 299. I'm watching this one, guys, to see if it takes out that 299 again. The spread got. I don't like the spread. I'd like to take this one, but I don't like the spread. 302, 311. Well, maybe it's a good thing that spread kept me out of that RDGT. So and now it's starting to drop underneath that three level. How does BTM look? Okay, let's take a look at BTM. Oh, well, I mean, Bitcoin is up. So I mean, Bitcoin is up 2,600. So probably most Bitcoin plays are going to be pretty good. You have the 200-day though. To me, I mean, there have to be better plays in my opinion, just because I mean, when you look at when you look at the BTM, it's close to the whole number and it's close to the 200-day moving average. So both those things could stall it. I'm not saying it's going to stall, but they could stall it. So that's what I see. Okay, I mean, it may just break right through all that, but usually the 200-day moving average is something to do. You have to consider it. All right, I gotta take a look at some of these things up here now and see if we're gonna get some fades. Interesting. The best AI play for us today is a short. Well, it's a resource play, so that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert for this RDGT at around 319. I want to see if it takes that out, but the spread has to be a lot better. Okay, but I might nibble on this because I mean it's not. Yeah, you cannot see where the next high is. Well, 788. Today's high is 321, I guess. And the day before, I mean, so that there's a high right here of set, wrong. There's a 435 high. No, I'm right. There was a high of 788. Was that yes? That was yesterday. I don't remember seeing this one at all yesterday. RDGT. Are you talking about? I know we'll be posted the reverse splits. Are you talking about this one did a reverse split? One for 50? Probably. If they did, boy, that was a cheap stock. Wow, then it was super, super cheap before. If it's only at $3 and it did it, yeah, 2 cents. Wow. Well, probably I'm gonna forget about it then. Yeah, forget about it. Well, this is sort of interesting because I mean I always consider this a well, it's an energy play, Schlumberger, oil and gas extraction, mining, quarrying, and this is up. This is up. SLB. Boy, this is an all-time high, guys. Ingram. I mean, I remember these guys from years and years and years ago. It's only 1979 they were founded, but anyway, Ingram. This is an all-time high. Just moving, moving, moving up, guys. I mean, this was not affected by anything the market was doing. for the last 22 to 27 for the last 5, 6 days. An all-time high now for INGM. Not a ton of volume, I mean 5.3 times normal. A million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, I should say. Well, guys, it's 10:01, so I'm going to go to my homepage right now. And I just checked, the promo code is over, so you may still see 20, you may still see 25, but up to 15%. Okay, so hopefully you guys took advantage of the promotion. Yeah, so I don't I have to get somebody to change this, and I've contacted them earlier, but hasn't done it yet. So this is not right. Okay, you can only get if you try it, it's going to say not found. So you can get 15. Okay, 15% off. First month only or the entire year of a trade idea subscription. And all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these two rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, there is another room called the Trading Room. It's free also. A lot of benefits to be in this room, though, more so than in YouTube. I mean, you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. All you care about is seeing my screen and listening to me. But if you're looking for more interaction with other traders, plus this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some pre-market conversation, then this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. He does it. I don't live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me, but Obi does it. Get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock. And then this room, normally I take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. But when I do, William typically keeps this room open after I leave. And I'm going to say, we've been sort of saying between 3:30 to 3:45. Okay. So this room on a big day is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Hmm. SNBR, I see that here, guys. That's an AI play from us. Not a huge move yet, but a move nonetheless. So keep scrolling down and you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. You sign up for the trade of the week right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Education. So if you don't have trade ideas, or if you've just got trade ideas, please click on this education section for more info. Getting started with trade ideas. So obviously, if you just took out a subscription, mandatory you do this. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the product and you're wondering about it, I would start off with that second video. Go to the end. Should give you an idea about what trade ideas is all about. Before you make a commitment. Now, a commitment could only be a month. You might want to try us for a month. And if you don't like it, you just unsubscribe. Okay? Back to basics. This is for you if you are new to trading. Back to basics. It is a free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you are new to trading. And last, if you are looking for my scans, my races, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. And everything you see here is in this my homepage. So the large cap gainers is right here. Upside versus downside movers right there. A more volatile race is another race. It's just a different setup, way more volatile. This is where you can see stocks that could be moving 11%, Here, you rarely would see anything like that. In fact, anything moving 1% would be rare, relatively rare. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's less volatile. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes right over here. But I do have four other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. I do not have them up and running. Hopefully their name making sense. A momentum scan, a gap scan, Pepe combo scan, and then the William up down 25 cents there. Okay. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions today or any other day, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Okay. If I'm doing something that I can't be interrupted, I'll let you know. But typically that's not the case. Now, if it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Now, today being Wednesday, for the last several months, Wednesdays between 12 and 1, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, has started his YouTube stream, but he's off today, so there is nobody who's going to be taking over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Okay. And Dan is not doing his thing today. Okay. Boy, this was a nice short from RAI guys. Very nice short. 35.85 was the alert. We're down to 33.34 now. Could be some support right around here. I mean, it's very close. It's that low right there on the daily chart. That low is 33.07. So pretty close to that low. I mean, that could be maybe a little bit of a bounce zone. Price alert right around 33.16. See if it gets down there. Market is still hanging tough, guys. We have not had a big capitulation yet. Not saying we're going to, but still hanging tough. Just slightly under the VWAP. All right. INFQ. Why am I picking on that one? Because it's just over the whole number. I like those sort of plays. 1112 is the next high looking left. So it's right there, almost right there. If it can take that out, then 1177. So it's got some room. It got up to that high. I'm going to put a price alert around 1115, see if it gets back up there. The volume 1.7 times normal. It's not a low float. 159 million in the float. Don't like the spread, man. Yeah, I don't like that spread. 1101, 1109. Don't like that spread at all. All right, are we going to get a bounce here for better? BETR. I mean, or if it takes that out without the low again, 3024 is the next low, and that is BETR. This is from our AI. Here's your news. This is why. After a $60 million stock offering, at what price? I don't know. At the market equity program, I don't know what the price is, but that is causing the big drop in BETR. 26% now. So what does that mean, William? At the market. So what does that mean, though? Does that mean that okay, today we want to raise $60 million. So if they said, okay, well, the market's at 33, let's do 100,000 shares. If it pops up a little, we'll sell some more, or okay, guys, look at Gildan here, GIL. This is not an earnings play. This is up. I mean, strange. There's the 200-day moving average, 58.70. Speaking of that, so you can see the rejection still. I mean, CCL is hanging around the 200-day, but it's not been able to break through. I mean, I think the longer it takes to break through, and it doesn't, it can turn into a nice short. Especially if the initial euphoria about what are oil prices doing right now? We've got our WTI and Brent experts in the room. Just looking at XLE. Yeah, I mean, we had a little run in XLE. 92, 92. Okay, thanks, FinFan. So and Vista, NVST is on the move here. Nice breakout of consolidation right there. All right, so INFQ, spread is still, I mean, it's 6 cents now. It's not terrible. But when you get a history of like a 15 to 18 cent spread, I mean, it doesn't mean that now 6 cents is going to be it for the rest of the day. You guys have been talking about INHD, and now it is also on the way down. So it's got a little bit above a dollar. What a run. We're seeing this, yeah, in the pre-market. INHD was on 50 cents when I saw it. So they are going to, let's see, this was the news. This was, no, I don't know. It probably was earlier though. Holdings plans AI tools to boost efficiency in mobile phone trading operations. Okay. I have a cheap one for you guys. VS Media got up to 123, pulled all the way back down to 93 cents, over a dollar again. That is VSME. I'm typically not interested in these types, but I know some of you are. So, well, Lomax keeps winning races, but it's not. I mean, it's really dropped a lot since pre-market. All right, let's take a look at FIGR, guys. 34. Oh, shoot, I've just missed it. It was just over 34. It's 34.10. Okay. But it has just jumped immediately. Yeah, I certainly can't help you there, Prez. I'm in Canada, so I can't help you there. But maybe somebody in the room. Question is, anyone know a broker who can settle trades in Roth shorter than 1 day? In other words, intraday. Well, another interesting one. It's an energy. It's called National Energy Services Reunited, but it's up. It is up 11%. So it's acting like I don't. It looks like it should be part of the energy sector, but drilling services. Well, they seem to do everything: drilling services and rental, fishing and remediation, drilling and workover rigs. But it's definitely in the energy sector. But for some reason, it is up a lot. Well, I did not get my fill for INFQ. I was trying to get it in the high teens well, the bid at now is 11.19, 11.23. I was trying to get it around the 11.18 level. I can't get it. I know the bid is 18, but I can get it there. So maybe that's selling me something. This Nesser still has a little bit of room. The next guy looking left on the weekly chart is, let's see, about $1 away, 25.26, 25.36 or so. So there is a little bit of room. Just intrigued of why this is up so much, being that it is. Good. So Iran says it will withdraw from the ceasefire if the attack on Lebanon continues. Okay. From Israel, right? Well, so far, that news. Has not hit the market. Well, the news is out there, but it hasn't hit the market yet. Oh, I see. They're saying it doesn't apply to Lebanon. Well, whatever. All right, guys, here's another one for you people who love the stocks under a dollar. Here's another one, SAFX. Look at this run. Okay, SAFX, it's just over 55 cents now. All right, INHD just came out of its halt, I guess, and now it's back over a dollar and booming. Wow, I almost took it. Almost took it. I was looking at this. It was a 109. Came out of the halt. Plenty of time to get it, and I just missed it. Has to be long because he can't short. I'm sure there are no shorts available for JTAI. I don't even have TRA. Are you talking JTAI, PJ? You getting all excited there? Yeah, you are talking about JTAI. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but you look what happened. It just flipped back right back down to a normal. No way it's going to open at 12 bucks. If it does, it's my last day here, guys, because that would be ridiculous. Man, again, I just missed this one. Well, where could it go? Okay. I mean, look at the weekly chart. Last week's high. So hard to see these when they're. So there's a high of 128, and here's a high of 139. So and 140. So there looks like there's pretty decent resistance between and what right back down to 112 anyway. So and now it's halted on the way down. So this could be it for the day for now. INHD halted on the way down. So this is going to be well, if it's a 5 minute halt, it's going to open in about 4 seconds. Four, three, two, one, boom. And so it did open. What was the halt price? It was at 613. So yeah, a little bit. So it's above the halt price now, quite a bit, but it is wild. So guys, remember I was talking about the BETR? Would that hold it? Well, look what happened. The low here, 3307, and it got down to 3310. So that 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 daily low, so far anyway, has held BETR. and it bounced off that. So I don't know if some of you took advantage of that. Got a little over a dollar move from there. Ah, I missed on the INFQ also. It's not my day so far. I tried to get this at 118 or 1118. Just couldn't get my fill. All right, guys, I'm just checking now. We do have didn't matter though. We have a reentry for ELAB, but ELAB is just drifting down now. This was not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers, so could not take advantage of this drift down for ELAB. All right, BBGI, what are you doing now? 517. Ah, another one that big move in the pre-market, still up 65%, but has basically kind of faded underneath the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, let's go over this race. Okay. I want to just show the concept of racing, and some of you may find it that is how you're going to use trade ideas. So let me, first of all, let me get to the user guide. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, scroll down a bit until you see the education section right here. Click on the more info and then click on the user guide. Will we see it here? Maybe I have to expand this just a little bit. Whole section on TI stock racing. Okay. I'm going to go over this race right here in detail. SkyQ, guys, SkyQ has come all the way back over $6 now. SkyQ, big one from yesterday. So here again, stock racing is right here. Okay, now I'm going to go over this and why I refer people to the guide. It's a good reference because all the things I'm going to go over, don't expect everybody to remember everything I'm going to talk about. So here is your reference to for TI stock racing. So I am running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. Again, all in the guide. I'm going to show you how you can quickly change that if you want. But I'm running 4-minute races. Okay. So what does that mean? Since the race started, Mask has moved 5.4%. It is leading the race. Okay. The race still has 27 seconds to fill to complete. So it doesn't mean that this is going to obviously, like any other race, doesn't mean it's going to win the race. Got BBGI is slightly underneath. Just wait for the race to be over. Looks like Mask is going to hold on to the number one position. And you can see Mask has won 4 races before. If it maintains its lead, that 4 will change to 5. Okay. So that's what these numbers are all about. And a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day in both of these two races. These are different races in terms of the filters, etc. That's why you don't see the same stocks. But so here's a top 10 list built out of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So Omex has won 10, ELAB 7, etc. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. You know, if a stock is leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. It could be setting up for you. It depends on your style of trading. Look at UCAR came into the VWAP, into the VWAP. You could have seen that earlier. You could have clicked on. The other thing to do is to click on anything that's won a race before. Click on it just to see what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on the symbol. Okay, but this gives you some focus. This might be all you're going to look at all day long, or these ones. Okay, so I almost guarantee if you clicked on UCAR a little earlier, you would have seen the move into the VWAP. And if you're that sort of a player, you might have thought, you know what? Let's see if it holds. And you look in here, saying, okay, I think it's going to hold. And if it doesn't hold, you know, you've got your stop. Probably put your stop just under the VWAP, so you have your out. So that's how you kind of use it. You know, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. You don't even have to wait. You don't have to wait for something to be in the top. You know, you see something down here, click on it, see what's happening. I mean, Joby actually could be a nice short. Yeah, shorts available. Yeah, or maybe it's going to find a bottom and bounce. I mean, we don't know. You know, it's still up. Stocks in here have to be up at least 2%. Well, can still win a race. A stock can be down and still win a race because, you know, look at Joby as an example. So it's been moving down, 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 but all of a sudden, if it pops from this position down here, it could be leading a race. Now, ELAB early on was winning races, and it could still, you know, it could still win a race. I mean, it's down. I know it's down, but you can see right there. I can almost guarantee it probably it will be on the leaderboard because look what it did. It went from what 424 up to 450. Okay, so that's what I'm also saying is that these are also good to look at pullback plays. You know, it'd be nicer if ELAB was pulling into the VWAP perhaps and having the VWAP act as support, or maybe into a moving average that you like, and maybe bouncing off that. But I mean, you can use these for pullback plays too. It's not necessarily the stocks at the high of the day. You could say the same Omex. Omex is, you know, been fading from the beginning, but you know, it has a pop. So it's gonna lead a race. Here's the USAR. Let's see what it's doing. So here's an interesting one. You know, USAR is sitting right on the VWAP. Will that hold? We don't know 100%, of course. But will that act as support? Not that far. It's not that far above it. Now the trend has sort of changed a bit. You know, there's a little sell flag there, a little orange. But you don't know unless you click on the symbol to see what it's looking like. And you know, look at the market now. I mean, the market is in. You know, it's in. We haven't had any giant red bars down, but you know, it is fading. It is starting to fade a little bit. Remember, the high up here was if I was 78. So you know, it's a 5 point drop. So why are these stocks showing up here? So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in the race, one of the options is to open the top list. So I'm going to open it. You're going to see what stocks are in here. So why are these stocks in this top list window? If I right click and then click on configure, so this is what I'm looking for in this race. Stocks between $1 and $50 up at least volume is least. Oh, I added this now. 5 million shares, okay, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That is wrong. That should not be 5 million. That should be 500,000. Okay, there's 500,000. So it's going to change a little bit. You don't have to make the same change. I think when you load it from my home page, I think it says 200,000. I decided to up it to 500. Well, you're going to see how you can customize it. So if stocks are meet these filter requirements, they're going to appear in that list of stocks. So that's why these stocks are here. And what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. That's what that C%, that is the change from the close. So to use the top list in the past, but also now, I mean, if you wanted to see the stocks that are up the most today, based on your price range and other filters you may have, as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. Double left click rapidly, and you can sort on it. If I want to see the stocks that have changed the most from its opening trade of the day, which is the change from the open, a double left click, and UCAR is also leading. Okay, so I mean you can still use a top list like this, as long as you have the column header. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you have the column header up here, you double left click and you can sort on it. So what the race does, though, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is that since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Now, to be sure, you're going to see, you'll probably see UCAR all day long because look at the relative volume, 253, means it's trading 253 times normal up to this time of day. So this is a stock that many people are following all day long. All these stocks that are up the most. So, you're probably going to see them at the top here, but doesn't mean that some stock down here, Relay, it's an example. I saw Relay yesterday. It's up 5%. What if all of a sudden Relay just started to move? It was up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, the race doesn't care, again, where it is in this list of stocks. It could be still a stock that's at the top. If it's moving the most, you're going to see it. I mean, there's UCAR moving 13%, even though it's at the top already. Doesn't mean it's bad to look at that. A lot of people say, well, I don't want to see a stock that's up 165% already. Why not? Could end up 200% by the end of the day. Well, that's the concept of the racing, okay? It doesn't care. It just looks at this list and what's moving the most percentage-wise. It's going to tell you in the race. You can also do things like you can create your top list window, and you can also then say, you know what, I only want to follow these stocks. Maybe you have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day. One of your 30 stocks. Maybe that's what you want to do. You create what we call a symbol list, a watch list. You attach it to the top list window, and you launch your race on it. Notice that in the top list window, if I right click, there it is, launch real-time stock race. All races start from a top list window. So you could have a basket of stocks that you want to follow every single day, or it could be a different basket every day. Maybe you do some evening work and you look at the stocks that have, and you look at some stocks and say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. So you can do that. You can create a symbol list and attach it to the top list window and launch the race just based on those stocks. Ah, joy, 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 right, William? Now what? So are they linking it to Lebanon? Is that what they're linking it to? Everything else is cool, but except, well, the big thing, of course, but they're linking it to Lebanon. Was that part of the 10 points? Was stopping well, let's see if I can find those 10 points. Well, somebody will know. I mean, they were 10 points, right? And wonder if one of them was Lebanon. Yes, so one of them was Lebanon. So Israel, according to reports, is not abiding by that. Well, the open passage is one, but they're all linked. I mean, if look, I'm not defending anybody. I'm just saying if there were 10 points and one of them was to stop the attack in Lebanon, if that's one of them, and it's not being then they're all gone. So here's how you can, if you wanted to take either of these two races, okay, so if you didn't want to start a race from scratch, in other words, create your own top list from scratch, here's what you can do. So I'm going to right click on this. I just want to duplicate it because I don't want to stop the race. See how the race is now. So I've duplicated it. Now I'm going to click the gear. Okay. So here's how you can do some quick changes. Okay. You can change the price range if you don't like the price range. And here's how you can change that minimum volume. I've got 500,000 now. I'm sorry. Yes, 500,000, not 5 million, 500,000. But if you wanted to do even more, you can go to the advanced. Now you're going to see all the filters that are in this race. The only one you couldn't see before was the up 2% from the previous close. So here's where now you can really customize the race to your style of trading. If you want to add a filter, maybe make adjustments, of course, to these numbers that I've got here. Maybe you want to add it. Maybe you don't care about this being up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, you can add. So if you have any experience trading, you might want to add some of your filters that you like. So all I'm saying is you can take my race and customize it. So you don't have to start. You don't have to create a race. You don't have to create a top list from scratch. Here's how in the symbol list. Here's how if you had a symbol list that you wanted to and say only, only the following list. I don't know why this is here. Anyway, so you could only the following list. You would create your symbol list and then make sure it's in this column and check it. Then it's only going to look at those symbols. Okay, so that's the gist of the racing, and the difference in these two races is in market cap size. So if I right click on this, open the top list, even though the market is still up, interesting. There's not that many stocks in here. Okay. Now this is not a static list. This list will expand, contract all day long. Not many stocks in here though. Why? This time when I click on it, okay, guys, just give me a moment. So in this one, this is the main these three right here. The main reason, in fact, this one really is the main reason why we're not seeing too many stocks. I'm looking for stocks near the high of the day. If I had this is the position in the day's range. If I put 100 here, that would mean a stock would be literally at the high of the day. But 95 in this, that means it's pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. The float is 50 million minimum, and the market cap is 500 million minimum. That's what I'm using in here. Consequently, not as many stocks, obviously, that are in here, which is just wide open. I mean, you can see why. I mean, Elab, and it's 2.4%. It's leading the race just because of this little move here. So you might be looking at this right now going, if this can take out the VWAP, so why not put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP and see if it can take it out? Maybe later on it'll continue. I mean, personally, I'd love to have shorts available for this, but I don't to see whether or not the VWAP stalls it, acts as resistance on the way up. But I don't have shorts available. So, oh, I know what I wanted. I'll also show you. So I'll also duplicate this race. Okay, I'll click on the gear again. See, the gear stops the race. Okay, the gear stops the race. I'll do it again actually, because you don't have to click on the gear. You'll duplicate the race. So that little box there, if you click on it, that's going to stop the race. Now everything is in red. Here's a couple other, I think, important notes. If I right click on the body of the race and then right at the very top, show the race setup. Here's how you can control how long you want the race to run. I'm running 4-minute races. You don't have to do the same, but that's what I'm doing, 4-minute races. And I think this is the other key one. See where it says auto start on load. Now, when you load my race, if you take my race from my homepage, it's going to say auto start at time. That's what I was doing before, auto start at time, which mean, and I had 9:30 in here. What I really wanted, I didn't want my race to start until the 9:30 open. I've changed my mind on that. So now I've got an auto start on load. So what that means is when I load trade ideas, the race is going to start no matter what time. So obviously I'm here in the pre-market, so it's going to start in the pre-market. If you get up late, get up at 10 and you start running your race, that's when it's going to start. Or when you load trade ideas, that's when your race is going to start. So probably, but I've changed that. So that's why when you're here in the pre-market, you can see my races running. But that's how you make the change. Just go to stop the race, and then you can make your change if you want to. If you're satisfied with the race starting at the 9:30 open, great. So here we go. Z-Lab now, just a little bit above the VWAP. So I mean the VWAP, the actual number. I'm not getting my. So the VWAP is 472, or yeah, there it is, 472. So it's a little bit above. That doesn't mean it has fully broken through the VWAP and it's going to continue higher. Not necessarily, of course, but at least now you're clued into this. Thinking, okay, well, there's a VWAP rate. My problem with it right now would be, it's close to 5, which could stall it. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to take off for maybe 5 minutes or so. Okay, watching my dog here. So just give me a moment, okay? Announcement up here. So I'm just going to put on mute for a while, okay? On mute. for a while. It's something I have to do. So I'll mute myself. All right, guys, I'm back. How about a little bounce play here, guys, for Fluence? FLNC, a little bit of a bounce play, perhaps. I mean, 1283 over the whole number. There's room to 1364 in terms of um, the VWAP. A little bit over the whole number, guys. Trying to curl around here. It's an energy play, of course. The longer it holds over 13, I may take this one probably just a little scalp. I mean, it's an energy play, so I see the market is starting to move back a little bit again. Bid ask 1307, 1309, pretty good, obviously. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. A whole number, yeah, any whole number, yeah, 13, 12, 11. Some are more, for me anyway, more psychological than others. 10, 25, 5. I always look for whole number breaks. All right, guys. Well, it doesn't look like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's probably too tied in or too closely tied with the price of oil and all that. So if oil is starting to fade again a little bit, it's going to drive these little energy plays down again. So talking about the FLNC. Just waiting to see if this can hold 13, Affluence, FLNC. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, I took a little loss on the Fluence, guys. I was hoping I had a modest gain, but it doesn't look like it. So I'm going to get out of it. FLNC. All right, 11:08. So remember, no Dan today. So we're going to go dark between 12 and 1. There's nobody taking over for me in our YouTube room today. Well, maybe pesky now, PSKY. It's over the VWAP now, basing a little bit above the VWAP. This is one I was gonna take long early in the day earlier, but it waited on it to see if it would get a little bit further high, taking out the high of yesterday, and all of a sudden it just dropped. So obviously did not get in it then. Oh my goodness. I see this TMCR. The TMCR, didn't even see this earlier. So this is the fifth halt of the day. TMCR, I don't know, the first halt was at 1625 and maybe even earlier. So it's halted at 2138 and look at the potential open 25. I doubt if it's going to be there, but all right. ALKS. So this is just a pure bio, just over the whole number. The high today looks like around 30. No, I can just go to the daily chart. The high today is 34. Really? Oh, this is pre-market. This is pre-market. Okay. High in the pre-market was around 34.42, so a little bit there. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, please. I'm have to attend to my dog. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, I'm trying to answer Alman Chimera in our YouTube room, want to ask Holly at AI, the brain that says on, or is it TI long with ideas? Sir, which one? Wow, I'm trying to understand what you're saying here. I don't quite understand the question. I mean, the AI works like this. I mean, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You're not going to know that SNBR was going to be alerted before 9:42, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, as an example, these are real time alerts that happen. You don't know what stocks are going to show up. Okay, not sure I understand your question. Surfing is got nothing to do with it. I mean, surfing is just something you do if you just want to sort of kick back and you've got some top list windows open, and it'll take a look at the top three in your top list windows. It'll so let's say I had three or four top list windows open. We look at the top three in one, and go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and cycle constantly through. I don't use it, but that's that's all that it does. Okay, so I don't know if I've answered your question exactly, but you're talking about that B flag right there as an example, or the B flag here. The problem is you can't get an alert for that. Okay, right now, I say right now, maybe sometime in the future you can get an alert for this. But just because you get a buy flag doesn't absolutely mean it's going to move higher. But I don't understand when you say it shows her best strategy. This, of course, has got nothing to do with the AI. When you click on a symbol, you could see a buy flag somewhere. There's a buy flag here. Here's a sell flag here. A little, choppy. All the blue flag and the sell flag indicate is that there's a change in the trend. Okay, that's what they're indicating. Now, for how long? We don't know. I mean, we don't know how long is that trend going to keep change, like moving in the direction. We don't know. Ugh, another cheap one, guys. For those who love the cheap ones, look at CHGG. Volume coming in under $1, 81 cents. Now, the blue arrow, if you're talking about, again, the arrow is just the, like I have a blue arrow here, okay? Let me go back in time a bit. I don't even have any alert windows open. Well, these are, but all the blue arrow is doing is showing you the time, the candle in which the alert happened, okay? So you see the blue arrow here for CHGG on a 5 minute, on the 2 minute. If I had a traditional alert window, a scan, and stock had triggered earlier in the day, which it probably would have, if I clicked on those symbols, you would see where the blue arrow was on the chart. I just don't have any, I don't have any alert windows open like that. So now you see what's happening. We're getting all these little reports coming out, and either popping the market a little, moving the market down a little. So if you're in an energy play, I mean, you're right now, or anything like, like the cruisers or the airlines or pure energy plays, we're sort of at the mercies of some of these headlines that are coming out. Yeah, kind of no man's land right now, guys, and for me anyway. With this ELPW, what is it doing right now? Yeah, I mean it's big move in the free market, and now just flatlining. Now, Saigu has been an interesting one. Okay, let's take a look at SIDU. I haven't seen this all day. Of course, it's space. It's right at the high of yesterday almost. Yesterday was 420, so takes that out, might go on another run. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, though, is 442. That could stall it. Another one, these did not see, at least I have not seen, excuse me, in the ones that I've been following, no great trend for the ones that were really active in the pre-market. Most of them are just really faded off. I mean, this one is still up 61%, but it's faded off badly. And for me, it's hard to find where it could bounce. For now, I think the market is kind of a wait and see. Like, what next? I mean, these little ones don't care that much about that, but DMNR, okay, there's a Bitcoin. All right, guys. Well, listen, I am not really wanting to commit to anything right now. All right. Potential short for me, though, is Fly W. Sorry, not Fly W, Fly. Just Fly. Potential short for me. Shares rise after moon imaging project with NVIDIA. Okay. Okay, come on, get that ask to catch up to the bid on the fly. All right. Well, it gave me something, guys. It gave me something. Yahoo! Talking about the fly short. I've been talking a little bit for the last 5 minutes. I'm not on mute. I know I'm not on mute. I believe I'll be honest, I have to tend to my dog a bit today. William, I gotta show you why the short on, fly. Okay, guys, what time is it now? It's 11:27. So remember, no Dan today, and nobody will take over. Just give me a moment, guys. And nobody will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. So I'll be taking. Maybe I'll sort of truncate my break a bit, but where did I see fly? Now I got to remember. I think I saw it here. This is remember I the beginning of the day, I said, my bias was really to look at some of these ones, these large cap gainers and short them, depending on what the market did. Now, the market has not been like a massive collapse or anything like that, but we are down, about 5 points from the high. And, the market has been, drifting down just, penny by penny, really. underneath the VWAP. See another one. This is like an OIH, probably in the OIH sector, oilfield services, but it's up. Baker Hughes is up. I wonder if they have any specific news on its own. I don't see any, and yet it is up. All right, guys. How about this? I mean, again, this is what do they do? This is Olin, Olin, all sorts of chemicals. So this is maybe interesting. I mean, it's been basing just around the 28 mark, trying to put a little pop. Some volume is coming in. This is OLN. Volume like pretty good, 2.7 times normal. It's a big float. And let's look left, and what do we see? 30. Oh, I mean, it's got room, guys. I mean, this obviously has room. $30 or so is the next high. We're sitting at 28. I'm going to put a price alert around 28.10. Okay, see if it can clear that whole number a little bit better because look at the room it's got. OLN. Okay, guys, they're starting to move now. OLN starting to move. Now, these are not going to be rocket ships like the ones that we see here or even here, okay? But I'm just looking for something that's a little more steady right now. So, Alman, in our YouTube room, did you kind of understand what I was talking about? So there's no box that's gonna show her best strategies. If you're talking about, the blue, there's nothing gonna be like that? Okay. Now, there is something that you could try, okay? If you click on new from the so you can hear me, obviously, because I asked the question. If you click on new from the toolbar, and this huge box is gonna well, I'm in a development version, so I've got all these other things, but if you click on Market Explorer window, okay, this box is gonna pop up. If you right click if you right click in the box, another box pops up, select strategy, hover over, another box pops up, scroll down, see all these boxes popping up. Trade Wave pops up, and then finally, you get to Trade Wave buy 5 minutes. These are actually scans, 5-minute on a 5-minute chart where you're gonna get a buy flag, okay? You'll actually get the alert. Now, notice that so that's 11:30, so it'll be every 5 minutes, not necessarily every 5 minutes, but usually there'll be something every 5 minutes. So let's just take a look at BBGI as an example, okay? There's the buy flag, okay? That was the buy flag that you're seeing here. This is just a brand new one right now, C. Let's take a look at C. Might be too early, but there it is. There's the buy flag, okay? Now, does that mean it's going to just continue moving in the direction you want? No, but the only thing is also that you cannot adjust this. Otherwise, you cannot say, "Well, I don't want to see a $122 stock. I want to adjust it to like 10 to $50." You can't do that. This is a canned scan, okay? So if you don't like the price range, don't click on it, as an example. The volume will be okay. Okay, you're not gonna see anything that's crazy low volume. Don't look at that volume of 16,000. That was the volume in the bar itself, but you can see the volume today. You're going to get plenty of volume, okay? So here's another one that just showed up, CHRD. There's the buy flag. Actually, that's a good point, 160. Some oil service companies might be expecting more business to repair war damages. Yeah, probably a good point. So you can kind of go back, and this actually does start to work in the pre-market. Looking back here. So here's 9:30. So at 8:50, we had a for the BBGI, GRI, 8:40. Okay, so you can take a look at that if you want. You can incorporate this as part of your layout if you want. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back again. So you can incorporate this window as part of your layout if you want. Ultimately, it'd be nice to be able to create your own scan and then get an alert when a buy or a sell flag shows up. Yes, it would be nice. And I would have been asking people to ask Dan. That very question, had he been doing his YouTube thing between noon and one? Probably the most asked question we've got out there. All right. Well, look, guys, the market is starting to challenge again the VWAP. It's putting a little bit of a move here. Market is starting to maybe challenge that VWAP again. So here's our drone play. Our cat, RCAT, through the, well, at the VWAP. I don't want to say through it. It's at the VWAP right now, RCAT. Okay, well, Fly gave me a little bit, guys. I was hoping it would get closer to 38, but gave me a little bit of a play right there. Got down to 38.38 from the 39 top. So not bad as a short, but you know what? It might be looking as a long again if it takes out this high. Still pretty extended though. Boy, we haven't seen this one for a long time. PC&G, the beleaguered electricity, distribution of electricity and natural gas to customers in California. I don't know if they're elsewhere, but certainly in California. Look at Miggy. My goodness, Miggy has just been a star. I haven't seen this one. It's showing up here. It's been a star all day. Look at that wave, the TI wave, on a 2 minute chart, hardly breaking down underneath. It's just been straight up. I haven't seen this one. The relative volume is a little light. That's probably the reason why. 138, a little light, but boy, what a nice move. MIGI. Now, can you construct a scan to see this? Of course you can. But as I always have to explain, I can. People ask me that. You don't see those questions. They come in to our general email server, and how can I find this? Well, we easy to construct something to find Miggy. Easy by reducing. Most of our scans have a higher relative volume, but the minute you lower the relative volume, would you see this one? Yes, but you may see 20 others that don't do that. So they kind of, you don't know. I mean, look, if I knew Miggy was going to do this right from here, sure, but you might see 20 others that just stop. So which one do you pick? You know what? This pesky is starting to show up as a potential short for me now. ESKY, just underneath the whole number. barely. You know what? I'm going to put a price alert. It's only 8 cents above yesterday's close, which is right here. I'm going to stick a price alert maybe around 10.82 and see if it takes that out later. This is sort of weakening, but I do want to see it go below yesterday's close. So that's why Schlumberger earlier, 161. I saw Schlumberger earlier. That would fall into that would fall into the category of oil services, etc. Definitely. And you can kind of see. I mean, I mean, it's not wildly positive, but at least it's positive. So the only negative sector right now is still XLE. There's oil services, mildly positive. And at the top again, here's our home builders. Silver actually look at, it's funny, not funny, but remember we showed silver a little while ago, because the high in the pre-market was six something, and it was at five something. Said, you know what, it's starting to fade. Well, look at this. That fade in silver, a little pop now, but so fossil here, a nice run. I mean, it's a retailer, of course. When you look at XRT, I'm sure XRT has not looked like that. Well, guys, I know a lot of you are going to be following the Sky Q. So let's take a look at Sky Q. It's over six, over six. Yes, it's over six. And but it's below yesterday's close. You know what? Gets there, you never know. So I'm going to put a price alert at basically at yesterday's close, which is right here, and see if we can take that out. And yesterday's high was way up there at 8:30. Well, look at this, guys. So there's our SPY. So actually, after that, basically moving down a little bit, now we've got a little bit of a move up into the VWAP. Okay, will it take it out? I'm going to put a price alert a little bit above it. and see if the SPY can get above that VWAP again, and maybe who knows? Maybe we'll have a nice massive close into the open, or at massive massive close by the end of the day. Boy, fly flew. Well, William, if it were extended before, it's certainly extended now. But you know, they've got NVIDIA in the press release, so SkyQ guys making a little bit of a move. Okay, SkyQ. Not going to see it in here at all. You won't see it down here because it's well, I shouldn't. Yeah, you could have seen it when it was moving down, but everything in here, the stock has to be up at least 2%. Okay, in both of these. Of course, SkyQ is still down a little bit. But what I do is I would just, make sure you have maybe put a price alert at the close of yesterday, which is around 640, and see if it takes it out. Yeah, Miggy, boy, I mean, it's still. So I mean, this is the news that I can see. Maybe this guy is some star. Is Phil Stanley CEO and Joshua Kilgore the chairman. So maybe I mean, this is the news today. The interim CEO will remain with the company as general counsel to ensure continuity. Not a ton of volume, you know. I mean, that's a big move, 23%. It's only 600,000 shares. It's 1.6 times normal. Not a big float, but that's not a lot of shares. Wow. I mean, I should have just flipped the script on the fly. Wow. I mean, look at fly flew. I mean, seriously, this just absolutely that's a little bit of a pullback that I took advantage of, and then I just soared higher. Okay, here's one I haven't seen today, and that's so. if you're going to use these, like this race or this race, what can start to happen when you spend time with it, okay? You get used to using a race if you want to. All of a sudden, you're going to see some stock that's new in here. You haven't seen it before, okay? You see all sort of the ones that are in this list, and all of a sudden, once you click on it, see what's happening. And you might say, well, how do I know it's a stock I haven't seen before? Well, if this is what you're following all day long, eventually you'll say, hey, wait a minute, I haven't seen that one. This is Keel earlier. This is again, I don't know if this is a symbol name change or something. Started trading as Keel, Keel, 2 days ago. So this might be a symbol name change. See if I can see any news on this one here. Yeah, Bitfarms rebrands as Keel. So I'm just going to put a note in here. People coming into YouTube wondering, well, where's Dan? Not that he takes over my stream, but there is no YouTube stream. Okay, so I'm just going to just put that in there. The no YouTube stream from Dan Merkin, who is the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay, there are a lot of people who just like to show up between 12 and 1 on Wednesdays. They come in here so they can get the link to the YouTube stream, but no Dan today. All right, guys. Oh, look, the SPY is almost. I put a price alert just over the VWAP, and it's almost there. That's that blue line. You see, if it hits that price, that blue line will turn green. You'll see my price alert window pop up on the monitor. Just like that. Okay, that's how you use the price alert window, guys. You put a price alert, you minimize the window, your price alert window box, and you minimize it. And so when you get the alert, it'll pop up in your screen. You cannot miss it. You can even put a sound alert on it to really make sure you don't miss it, and just sort on the trigger time, so you see the last one right at the top. Okay, guys, it's about 11:59 now, so I think what I'll do is I will take my break. I'll put my announcement up here. So again, no Dan today. Nobody's going to be in YouTube today. Nobody volunteered to do it. So Now, maybe earlier, okay, but let's, in case there's things just going on around me that I have to pay attention to, so at home. Anyway, on a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time, so I will put my self on mute in both rooms. Keep an eye on the Sky Q, guys. I mean, if it's to that close of yesterday where it's about 20 cents away, I would definitely keep an eye on Sky Q. All right, so muting myself now. Yeah, Jamie was I miss Jamie, I have to admit, Trader. All right, guys, I'm back. So keep like the Sky Q guys. Whoops. Yeah, the Sky Q. It's right at the close of yesterday. Okay, right at that close, 6:36. So keep an eye on this. I mean, I might have if it, I almost took it right here, and it had a little drop into the close again. But if it pops up back here, I'm probably going to take that trade. Not suggesting anybody do the same. Okay, but it's right at the close of yesterday now. You can see right there, up 2 cents from the close of yesterday. And the reason being, of course, it had the massive move yesterday up to 828. 3 great days, really. See if I can induce it just a little bit up into the 40s. All right, guys, it is now. Oh, it's only 12:55. I'm here a little earlier. Well, of course, Dan was not doing his YouTube thing today, so thought I would come a little bit earlier. Okay, I see some halts in here. DRIO just got resumed. Just resumed, I see. Was halted, I guess, on the way down. Another one, JLHL. JLHL. Ugly. Ugly. Look at this. I'm only at 24,000. My minimum volume here is 20,000. So I just sort of snuck in. Yeah, my minimum volume is 20,000. And the DRIO is the same. It just sort of snuck in at 20.6 thousand. Yeah, I see that the spies. Let me get this. There we go. A little bit better. Looks a little more dramatic now. So the last time I looked, it was right through the VWAP. Then I was on my break into the VWAP, VWAP holding. And now I move. Yeah. Well, HUD is a crypto play. So I mean, if crypto continues, I mean, HUD is a crypto play, right? So crypto's up. And Bitcoin is up $71,000. But I mean, it is beautiful. I mean, look at that. I'm on a 2 minute chart. Hardly any pullback that you can see kind of messing through that 2 minute wave. I mean, it is just a beautiful trade. Well, beautiful looking chart right now. Now it's too ascended for me, but yeah, if you'd seen it down here and you thought, okay, crypto is going to keep like you have to look at IBIT at the same time, in my opinion. So it may have run regardless of IBIT. I mean, IBIT has been moving, but not like HUT. But I did see HUT. Yeah, I saw HUT up here. That's won 6 races. Now, were there any new? Was there any specific news for this one? I don't think so. I don't think there was any specific news for HUT. It's just a crypto play that is one of the stronger ones, 19%. Now, it is pretty extended, though the only thing I can say about the extension is that it's a narrow wave up. A lot of times when I say extended, it means the wave is really fattened, and also those bars. The bottom of the bar is not in contact with the top of the wave. But I mean, it's pretty extended. I mean, 60, where could it go? I mean, the monthly highs, that would be maybe a lifetime high, maybe not. It's in the upper range. It's at 75% right there, the lifetime range. So it's probably not the lifetime high, but it's pretty close. Keep an eye on the Sky Q guys. I'm saying, if it just because of the action it had yesterday. Well, Miggy, yeah. I mean, Miggy was how beautiful. Well, actually, it finally had a little downturn. So what? Did some of you maybe think this is exactly what I'm talking about? Look at this. Look how it held the VWAP. Do they all hold the VWAP exactly like that? Of course not. But boy, they got right into the VWAP and just sprung right off it. I mean, it had another little downturn, but after that, look at that. I mean, just a beautiful, beautiful run off the VWAP. Funny, I didn't see Miggy in the pre-market at all. You can look at a 15-minute chart just out of or 30-minute chart out of curiosity to see what it was doing in the pre-market. It was doing nothing. It was doing really nothing. There at 9:30, or sorry, it really didn't do anything until 10:30. So an hour, even after the market opened, it was an hour doing nothing, and then boom. All right, guys. Well, there's Intel right at the top here. INTC right at the top. Another beautiful run. Look at the run. I mean, on the 2 minute, looks awesome on the five. But remember now, when you look at a lower time frame, you expect a little more volatility. With the bars poking down below the low of the wave. Hardly Intel up over 9%, on track for its highest close since June of 2021. Well, yeah, you can just look at these monthly charts. And yeah, there it is. There's June of 2021. They're referring to that high at 58.42. 58.42, so it's above that. And you look left, the next high is in April, with a high of 68.49. I'll bet because I've seen Met C down here, William, Met C, and I know Met C is a two-time long, I think, or no, not Met C, Met U, sorry, Met U is a two-time long for Meta, yeah, two-time. So wow, what a move, 99% move for Meta, because this is a double. Wow. What was the news? I know you did something. Well, let me see if I can. Okay, Meta stock surges on Muse Spark AI model release. So what are they calling their? Are they calling their AI Muse Spark or something? A model called Muse Spark. Okay, marks a departure from previous releases, which were open source, as the first step on our scaling ladder and the first product of a ground-up overhaul of our AI efforts. All right. Well, I mean that's a massive move. I always talk about how companies like Apple and Meta, Google, Amazon. For them to move 9% with 2 billion in the float, that is a big, big move. Now, probably didn't hurt that the market was also up today, big. I mean, I'm sure that didn't hurt it. Yeah, man, look at ELAB. So you're obviously upset because you're not in it, right, Paul? Or with with the four Fs. Yeah, I mean, somebody mentioned earlier, I think in our YouTube room, ELAB winning races. Why? It was down, but look, it's just pent up energy. Guys, Sky Q, boy, I think look, I just wish the spread would tighten up a bit. 635, 642. We get a bid of 642 and up on Sky Q. I have a feeling it could go. All right. What about this one? GTLB. This is on the way down. Okay, GTLB. This is GitLab. Ooh. So you can see this is a pretty cool scan, guys. Especially in the afternoon, because you start to see some of these that have kind of rested for the day, bit for the day. But not that this is rested, but what happens is, remember, there's a volume component in both of these. Remember, all of a sudden, yes, IQ guys, keep an eye on it. There's a volume component in this, okay? So usually you're going to see a volume spike. And this was on the way down, okay? But now Miggy's been so strong, but look at the volume spike. Look at the volume spike for Miggy, okay? This is a, I think this is, I almost feel like you should break them out And I think people don't quite understand what this means, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. When I say break them up, all they are, they're just two competing alert windows. All they are. One with stocks moving higher, one with stocks moving lower, with very similar filters in place, like the same price range, volume, things like that. Yes. Just waiting for one more little move from me. All right, so William says he's gonna keep the room open, I guess this is sort of our standard now, I guess 3:30 to 3:45. I think you actually kept it open later, one day than 3:45, I think. Really, it depends on earnings, I guess. I don't know what's happening with earnings today. I see AEHR is an earnings play today, sort of in the middle right here. Middle as in not sort of the middle of its day's range. Get out of here, you stupid little cannabis player. CGC. It says that CGC has the largest borrow rate. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought that was I'm sorry. I thought that was for CGC specifically. It was the largest borrow rate for liquid stocks. Shoot, I've had to take some off. A little greedy on the Sky Q, but we'll see. Is this Fuller Brush? Yeah, Fuller Company. Okay, FUL. Hmm. Now this is shortable for me. CMBT. Now the next high is 1316. Well, I guess they're in the right sector. A Belgian independent tanker company engaged in the ocean transportation and storage of crude oil. So take a look at the sectors again, guys. So again, the top sector, I mean, almost basically a tie with SMH. Top meaning the change from the yesterday's close. So there's the home build. There are the home builders, semis, the nukes, industrials, silver, communications, freight, retail, it's materials, right? Materials. So so this is now actually gone slightly negative. Okay, somebody made a great point that these oil services companies are going to be in demand to help repair some of the infrastructure that was destroyed. But XLE is still the worst performing sector, which you would think would be uh, would be the one today. I haven't looked at the. Let me just do this right now. Go to new and then go to my dock channel bar. I'm going to show more. I haven't done the sector status channel for a while. So this here is I just basically took it out of the channel. Okay, I took this, I popped it out of the channel, so I have it part of my layout now, major sectors. But let's take a look at them and see what is going on. Who's the strongest stock in a sector, and what's the weakest stock in a sector? As an example. So you can see that energy right here, and this is what we're talking about. SLB is more of an oil services company, as is BKR. Okay, so that's why they're up. And if I scroll down to the bottom, what's the, you know, when oil is going well, this one is seemingly every single day is the top one. So when it's not going well, there's APA. I mean, it's down 10%. Okay. What I find also very interesting, is when you look at something like this. So look at retail, XRT. 92% of the stocks are up. There's Wayfair up 8.2%, etc. But there is something that's down. Let's take a look. We're all the way down here. And look at Musa. I don't know Musa. I see Musa every now and then. Murphy. I mean, they make the Murphy pads. Maybe they do. I don't know. Oh boy. Guess what, guys? Okay, I can retire. Well, not retire, but so Sky just kissed seven. Just kissed it. Pulled back a little bit and on volume. Sky Q. Let me briefly go back to. So you can see what it did. It got right into, probably did hit seven. Let's see, $7. Yeah, $7. I think Obi said could seeking seven. Well, it definitely. So that turned out to be a nice trade for me. I got a little jumpy when it got up to the 650 mark and then came back down a little bit. So I took some off. Hmm. But it was just a matter of seeing if it could get above yesterday's high, and just watching it like a hawk. Okay, back to the channels. So Musa, okay, so they don't make Murphy pits. Okay, motor fuel products. Okay, Okay, so sort of in the energy sector, so I guess that makes sense. But there's Kroger, there's a grocer, another grocer, SFM. So for whatever reason, the grocers, I would have thought the grocers would be okay today, just because local, like I'm a little confused by why the grocers are being hit here. We've got three of them: Kroger, SFM, and also Ulta is a beauty design company or product company. So you see how this can be a little bit interesting to do. You look at the, you check out the top stock in a sector, you look at the bottom stock in a sector, and maybe figure out a way to trade them. You know, the Wayfair could be actually could have turned into be a short. 80% of the tech stocks are up. Okay, Teradyne is the top one up 10%. What's the worst one? Into it. Excuse me. IBM is down, but Intuit is the worst one, down 2.8%. One day this is all I'm going to do. Just as a test for myself. One day, this is all I'm going to do. I'm going to take the top and the bottom of each one of these stocks and follow them. We have 11 sectors here, so it had to be 22 stocks. Take the top one and the bottom one. Consumer discretionary. Like here is no, and it could not get through the 200-day moving average. CCL. What's the worst one? MGM. So a gambling stock, MGM. Well, Steve, I'm glad if I can be a small part of helping you and others get profitable. That's why we do this. Not just me, but I mean, that's why we do this. When I say not just me, but hopefully it's a group effort. Now, can it hit seven again? I don't have very much left. I'll tell you that. I do not have very much left. But let's see if it pokes its head through seven again, and maybe takes a who knows? Maybe it takes a shot at the high end of yesterday. I'm partial to Boysen, not poison, but Boysen, William. Oh man, that CCL would have been just an awesome short when it could not break the 200-day moving average. Look at that. I mean, there it is, guys. I mean, we saw this one early. It was ripping early, but the question was it going to break that 200-day? In retrospect, obviously it did not. It did not in a big way. It went from 29 down to a dollar. Nice dollar move down, and actually more because I mean this is pulled back up a bit, down to 27.77. My guess is that NCLH did almost exactly the same thing. Maybe not at the 200-day moving average, but yeah. I mean, look, there's the high, and look, that right at the low now, almost at the low of the day. William's having a good day when he starts posting all the groaners. Come on. Okay, Obi, you have to say something like you could see 8. You don't have to. I'm just kidding. But even like, I mean, even here, guys, look at the base it formed. This is what I was waiting on. Couldn't, I mean, the high of yesterday was 637, so I got in just around the 640 mark, and then waited. I mean, it seemed like an eternity, and there it is. There's 701. Seemed like an eternity for it to finally do this. As a day trader, it seemed like an eternity. And we're talking about 1248 to 108. It's an eternity. So I hope maybe some of you might have taken this on that break. And it's all about what it did yesterday, okay? I mean, getting up to 833. Ooh, the market's taking a little bit of a turn down. Okay. Maybe going to test the VWAP again. Maybe this will not keep running into the highs. So the Dow's up 1100, the Qs are up 17, and the SPY's up 16. So all right, guys, it's 127, so I guess I will go over my homepage one last time today. And show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. Scans, races. And just another note about the SkyQ, okay? SkyQ has not showed up in any scan for me, okay? Nothing, none of the scans. But what it was is on my other monitor, one of my other monitors, I had that one thumbnail still from yesterday, okay? I thought, you know what? I wanted to watch it today. Now, in the morning, it had dropped a lot. I was surprised, but it was still thumbnailed. Okay, when I say thumbnailed, I had a little chart, SkyQ, Trade Ideas little chart. And so when I was watching it, and then as it started approaching yesterday's close, it wasn't that it was on a scan at all. Could have been in this scan if I take a note the stock had to be up at least 2%. Which is an interesting thing to do. Just to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over this first. Okay, so here's the promo code. It's been adjusted. So Barry 15. Okay, Barry 15. That is what you can. So you can get 15% off the first month only. The first month only of a Trade Idea subscription, or of course the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. And all I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you on YouTube, there is another trading room. It's called the Trading Room, and it's free. And there's a lot more interaction with other traders. And this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little bit too early for me. But if you're looking for a room and come in, that it's open during the pre-market, and there's lots of activity. A lot of people are posting stuff in this room in the pre-market. So if that's what you're looking for, come on into this room. It's free. I get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern time, and then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, depending on how many questions I get. But this room is still open after I leave. And what I do is I leave, but I keep my layout still displayed. So there's still action. You see the races, you see the compare count window. So, I mean, there's still stuff happening. I'm not on the mic anymore. Typically, I could have left completely. Sometimes I come back and sit in the chair and see what's happening. If I do see a question, I'll certainly answer it. But this room is open usually now between 3:30 and 3:45, and William keeps the room open. So on a big day, this room is open, say, from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a more active room and you're sitting in YouTube and you didn't know about this, you can come in here. Education. Before we do that, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. Education. So scroll down. So if you don't have trade ideas, or you've just taken the product, you're a first-time subscriber. This is what you must do as a subscriber, first-time subscriber. Just do 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas, take a look at the second video. Go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions are just that, month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to Basics is for you if you are new to trading. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you click on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scan section. But here they are. Here are the two races. The large cap race is right here. The volatile race is right here. Probably should even name it because the volatile gainers from the start of the race. This is, I would look at this one, guys. Seriously, the movers upside versus movers to the downside. I'm going to show you how you can break it out if you'd rather see it that way, but I'll show you how you can do it. This is what we call a compare count window. So it's like the old school scroll, and every time you see something in blue or something in green, it means the stock has made a new high for the day. In red, a new low for the day. What I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here's the halts resumed. And I have 4 other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. But look at, yes. As the rising crescendo of my voice, SKYQ. Boy. So glad that I had that one thumbnailed from yesterday. So here are the scans, guys. If you have any questions, do not be shy. I had something else I wanted to say, and I can't remember it. I will say this, SkyQ is getting very extended. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to break this out so you guys can completely understand what this is doing, okay? So this is what we call a compare count window. So if I right-click on it and then click on Configure, green data, red data. This is what the green data is looking for. Prices between 50 cents and 50 cents and $30. 300,000 shares minimum have traded. The volume in the last minute is at least 300% of normal. It's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. And the number of new highs was at least 25. I may get rid of that, but we're getting a lot of action anyway. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high, a 930 plus high, or a pre-market high, or a post-market high, these all work. Okay. And then on the red data side, it's just the reverse, just the flip of it. Set of new highs, you had new low, pre-market low, post-market low, and what can be flipped here will be flipped. You cannot flip anything else other than the stock has to be down at least 2% from previous day's close. Okay, so it's taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Hmm. Let me just see if I can do this. I guess I can. Just give me a moment, okay? All right. So this is the movers to the upside broken out. Notice, see the crawl? No, I'm going to do the other one. See the crawl is not. There's nothing green. That's why nothing is showing up here. At least it better not show up. Just give me a moment. Actually, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple to. Oops. Okay. So you see how this is working? We're getting the crawl. See the SNBR is here. SNBR will show up over and over again. The CRMG is here. So if you wanted a more traditional look, there's the ANL. Okay. If you wanted a more traditional look, this is how you do it. I took the two strategies, the two scans. I broke them out of the compare count window, and here they are acting independently. And again, you can see the volume component. Excuse me, the volume component coming in. You see the little bars there, the little bar there. Basically, remember what it's doing. It's not looking at the actual volume. It's looking at comparing previous 1 minute volume bars. They're. I mean, it's not completely standing out, but you can see the volume bar right there. Sometimes you see big ones though. Look at that. I mean, look at the SNBR. See how it was sleepy for a long time, very sleepy for a long time, and then all of a sudden, boom, volume. So if anybody wants, yeah, you have to really format it though because you got to shrink the columns and Anyway, that's what it is. And you see, I don't really care about the cylinder or all this. All I care about is show me the alert, show me the alerts. So that's why I've been able to shrink it down. I mean, SNBR, this was an AI alert, guys. I mean, I did my video on this, and it was, let's see if it has a late day run in it. So far, not a bad run. I mean, from the original alert from the AI, 135, 18.5% now at 160. 19 now as that penny got up. So let me ask you the question, Efizi. Were you in it and making a little bit of money? Were you at least mildly positive, even if it was just 3 or 4 cents on the SNBR? Or you got in at 50 cents and okay, I was hoping maybe you got in at say 40 cents and it was hanging around 145, 146 forever. Because one thing I don't do is I don't get out of a trade unless your account doesn't allow you. I mean, if you need the cash or something, you get into other trades. I get it, but I never get out of if I'm positive on a stock. Rarely, even if it looks like it's doing nothing, I rarely get out of the trade, just for this very reason. Now we didn't know SNDR was going to do this, but it used to drive me crazy. I'd be in a trade for an hour and say, gosh, it's not doing anything. So I get out and, an hour later even, and it just does something crazy. There was no real reason to get out of the trade. I was positive in it, unless, it depends on your account size and you're just trying to free up some cash, I guess. I used to phrase it like this. I don't trade out of boredom, but I don't get out of a trade because of boredom, if that makes sense. As long as I'm making money in the trade. Use the wave. Use the TI wave, I keep telling you. Now, getting in at 50 cents and, trading it out at 51, okay. I mean, that, but I have to tell you, even if I were in stock at 50 and it was at 51, you are welcome, Allie. But what is car loop purgatory? Car loop. Car loop. What is car loop purgatory? I know what purgatory is. I know what a car is. Oh, I was going to say, I don't know what a loop is. Oh, I see. Well, you're talking to somebody with no kids, never having to do that, but now I understand completely. I've seen enough movies where, I mean, this has been a sleepy good one. The sleep number. I didn't take it. I didn't take it. I mean, I wish I did, obviously. But I did my video on it, and I explained how you could have, if you missed it the first time, you could have got it the second time as it pulled back almost right to the stop. I just didn't think it would be dynamic enough. I talked myself out of it. Think, yeah, you know, I Got a little hung up. Well, at the 150, I would have thought maybe it's just going to get the 150 and that's it. Steve, I forgot to. I know you're in UCAR. I forgot to look at it to see what it is doing. I don't. Oh, there it is. Well, only won 21 races. Yeah. Well, I mean, it looked like it was. Well, it held the VWAP so far. Okay, guys, it's 147. Give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Tesla finally went red. Sounds like you finally went red. You are right about that. I wonder what Steve did. I wonder. He's a long-term holder. He loves Tesla. What they're going to do in the future. Talked about it yesterday. Not so much the cars, but robotics, AI. But you still got to treat it just like a trade. So I hope he took some profit. I mean, he got in around 340, I think, and he got up to 360. So 364. Ah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm going to take this race and I am going to duplicate it. And then what I'm going to do is, okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I am going to go to the advanced, and all I'm going to do is just one simple thing. Who cares if the stock is up for the day? To see what happens. Let's see what it looks like now. So you're obviously going to get some stocks that are down for the day. You can see that right here. You see how different it is. Actually I made a mistake here. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm satisfied with what I did today. But the pesky is interesting short now. I had a price alert set around the 1082 level. Really just want to see what the difference is right now. Actually, So, guys, I think I'm going to fiddle around with these things. Okay, I'm going to probably take off, and I'm going to try to fit. Oh, really? FOMC? I didn't see that. Why did I not see that in my economic calendar? Must have missed it. You know why? I was looking at all this. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? And I think I went. I looked. I There it is. You're right. FOMC minutes right there. Yeah, so in this race now, you can see some negative. You can see ones that are down for the day, but they're up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Sorry, from the opening trade of the day. Still be down for the day, like the Dow, but it's up at least 2% from its opening trade. So sort of in recovery mode. Okay, guys. So I think I'm going to take off now. Okay, I'm probably you're going to see my mouse, my pointer moving around. If there's a question, I will ask. I will answer it. But I'm going to put myself. The layout will still be displayed until well, sometime between 3:30 and 3:45, whenever William decides to shut the room down. So let me get that announcement in. Number one, just going to say I've left for the day. Mini bit of a white lie, but and I'll just put 3:30. It might be later, but I'll just put 3:30 p.m. ET. Okay. So again, guys, thanks for all the help. Both rooms will open. How is it going? Okay, Snowman. Okay. Is that a YouTube room? You love Holly? Good. I'm sure Holly loves you. Yeah, I'll do that, Steve. It's definitely it's a distraction, but as pet lovers and owners, that's what we have to do. Hmm. Okay, Snowman. Was there a question or it's going great? It's going fine. Just to answer your question. And is there actually a question or just that statement of a fact that you love Holly? Oh, RC Bremen, right. I forgot. Haven't seen you for a while. This is in our YouTube room. All right. Well, there's your Miggy. Yeah, your Miggy held the VWAP, guys. Look at that. It held the VWAP. So this could be one of the late dayers. I mean, it's what time is it now? 2 o'clock. So it might have could have a late day charge. Look at the volume that came in. Look how that bar. It's not like that bar, but I mean, it's still a bar that sort of stands out. Okay, Snowman, and anybody else on YouTube, I'm going to end the stream. Before I do, though, in case anybody who's still in YouTube wants to come over to the main room, I'll just put my homepage link in, and you can head over. So if you click on my homepage link, this is for people in YouTube, okay? You click on my homepage link and scroll down just a little bit and you're going to see the trading room. And it's free, okay? So if you want to come into this room will be open till 3:30 to 3:45. So another at least about an hour and a half at least. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut down YouTube now. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.